Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to one of the most preeminent universities in the world. Welcome to Kane University. Put your hands together right now. It is a profound honor to stand before you today as the director of the Kane Center for Africana Studies and to officially open this year's Africana Studies Coalition Summit here at Kane University. Today, we gather not just for dialogue, but we gather for direction. Direction to chart the course forward for Africana Studies in New Jersey and globally. And the intent and purpose of this summit is to be a living testament to Kane University's commitment to equity, scholarship, and social transformation. Before we begin, I want to take a moment to honor and express our deepest gratitude to President Lamont Repollet. Let's put our hands together for our president. You can do better than that. He's an amazing man. African American, Latin, he got all that. But it is his vision that has this inclusive mindset of excellence. It continues to set the tone for the university as we move forward. And under his leadership, Kane has embraced the charge of making higher education both innovative and equitable. We also want to acknowledge Dr. Sancha Gray, who is sitting down in the front. Dr. Gray. She's the Senior Vice President of Entrepreneurial Education Initiatives and the Acting Dean of the College of Education. Under her leadership, Dr. Gray has been instrumental in ensuring this center is expanded to the degree in which it has, and we are truly grateful for her steadfast partnership, guidance, and leadership, and the wonderful team that accompanies her. We could not do this work if it was not for her and this great team. Let's put our hands together again for her. And so that's what today truly represents. The Kane Center for Africana Studies exists to amplify the voices, histories, and the contributions of people of African descent throughout the diaspora. Our mission is to empower scholars, educators, and students to ensure that they engage deeply with the African world, understanding its triumphs, its tragedies, its struggles, but most importantly, the enduring spirit in which it encompasses. And so through teaching, research, and community engagement, we aim to be a bridge between the academy and the communities we serve. And that is exactly what today represents. It is a bridge between scholarship and action, a bridge between the past and the promise of our future. We are especially honored to welcome our distinguished guests on today. These are thought leaders who embody the very bridge work through their advocacy, their scholarship, and their creativity. Our keynote, Dr. Mark Lamont Hill. Let's put our hands together for him. A world-renowned scholar, an activist, a voice who continues to challenge us to think critically about justice and liberation in this modern age. Chanel McLeod, an innovative leader and advocate who continues to push for education, transformation, and cultural empowerment. Michelle Curry, whose work reminds us of the importance of cultivating leadership rooted in empathy, strategy, and service. And our very own Dr. Kalasia Oj, my colleague and mentor and friend. Yeah, let's put our hands together. It's a hometown girl right there. She's an accomplished scholar whose commitment to African studies and the legacy of W.E.B. Du Bois remains unmatched. And so together their voices will help us examine the intersections of education, culture, and community through the lens of Africana thought. So as we begin, I invite you not only to listen with your ears, but open your hearts, that this summit would challenge us, inspire us, and move us to continue the sacred work that it is we are called to do. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our keynote, Dr. Mark Lamont Hill. His work as a scholar, a public intellectual, and social justice advocate truly embodies the kind of engagement and transformative inquiry this Africana Studies Coalition Summit seeks to foster. Dr. Hill is currently Presidential Professor of Urban Education, Anthropology, and Black Race and Ethnic Studies at SUNY Graduate Center, where his research investigates the intersections of race, culture, politics, education, and social justice. His work spans ethnographic scholarship, critical political analysis, and cultural critique. He challenges institutional thinking in communities alike, reimagining exactly what freedom, equity, and dignity looks like in our time. Before he joined SUNY, Dr. Hill held distinguished appointments at such institutions as Temple University, my alma mater, Morehouse College, and Columbia University. Throughout his career, he has truly explored urgent issues that are important that relate to mass incarceration, abolition, racialization, digital activism, and diaspora solidarities, especially here in the US, and most importantly, in the Middle East. He's an award-winning journalist. He's a commentator. He's a media personality. He has hosted BET events and has written coffee books. But I think if you talk to him today, the most important job he would have is father. And so we salute him. We salute him and honor him. The most striking thing that makes him especially fitting for our keynote is the activism and the youth work that he does. Where are my young people at today? I see some students in the crowd. Put your hands together if you're a young person under the age of 18 years old. I see the snaps. Okay, good. So as I bring him up, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to bring to our beloved institution a voice for the voiceless, a person who stands when no one else can stand. I invite him to the stage at this time as we hear his words. Put your hands together for Dr. Mark Lamont Hill.
Whew. Thank you all for that generous introduction, Dr. Whew. You made me, you set a standard. Now I got to do something up here. I'm grateful for the introduction. I'm also grateful for that picture. That picture I took in 2006. Y'all dug through the crates for that one. I feel like I'm catfishing y'all coming up here with that picture. But nonetheless, I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk to you all. I wish I could spend the whole day with you all. Because this is such an important moment. This is such an important conversation. The Center for Africana Studies is doing such important work here. And we've been given a lot of applause this morning, but I want you all to give yourselves a round of applause for the work that you are doing, for the legacy that you are building, for the work that you all are contributing to. This work is standing in the gap at a moment where people are attempting to erase our history, at a time where people are attempting to rewrite the narratives of the past and relitigate the struggles of our ancestors and our grandparents who are actively living, and our mamas and daddies who are actively walking, at a moment where all of this labor is exploited and discarded. We have a duty to stand up and fight back, and the Center for Africana Studies is a monument to possibility. It is a monument to what happens when we organize our intellectual and physical and emotional labor. It's a testament to what happens when we fight and when we resist and when we invest, because these things don't happen for free. When we invest in resources, when we invest in ourselves, when we invest in institutions that have the capacity to produce freedom and expand freedom, we all get more free. We all get more access to democracy. We all live lives that are more livable. So I want to thank you all for the work you're doing, and I want to applaud you all for the work that you're doing in the Center for Africana Studies in particular. This moment is so strange. There are other moments in history we could look to that are strange. This is not unprecedented, but there is something so profoundly strange about this moment. We are at a time where technology is at its finest. It is at its sharpest. We are at a moment where people have access to capital in ways that we have not seen before. We are at a moment where the buildings are getting taller and wider, where we got more TV shows and platforms than ever. We got so much access. We have so many resources. We have so many things. And yet, despite all of this stuff, the world is upside down. The resources that are getting to the rich are staying with the rich. The gap between the have-gots and the have-nots is getting wider and wider and wider. We have money and institutions have this money, but we're divesting from the very institutions that would expand freedom. We put money into prisons. We take money out of schools. This is our profile. We have more technology than ever, but we're not using it to make the world safer. We are assaulting the environment. We are dismantling neighborhoods and institutions. We live in the richest empire in human history, and babies go to bed hungry every single night. What are we doing? And what does Africana Studies have to say about it? Because that's the question. People be like, what you need Africana Studies for? Let me be clear. Africana Studies is not just black people getting together. Although black people do need to get together, especially in places like this. Africana Studies isn't just the study of black people, although it is important to study black people and brown people and all people of African descent. It is important to study us because we have been excluded from the narrative. We have been excluded from the curriculum. We have been excluded from the history books. You got to put us back in. And part of what Africana Studies has always done was remind the world that we existed. But it's not just that. Africana Studies is also a humanizing project. Because in a white supremacist world, the idea that black and brown people are human beings is still relatively new. For some, it's futuristic. And so we have to remind the world of our fundamental humanity. But we refuse, as scholars of Africana Studies, as practitioners of Africana Studies, to spend our whole lives explaining ourselves to the world. We refuse to spend our whole time proving our humanity to folk who are committed to not seeing it. So what else do we do? We have to look at ourselves on our own terms. Africana Studies is not saying that the Africana worldview is the only way to look at the world. The Africana worldview is to say that there are multiple ways to look at the world, and we can't just look at the world through a Eurocentric lens. It ain't the only way to look at the world. We want to decenter white supremacy and white supremacist views of the world. We want to decenter Europe, but we don't want to give the gun to the rabbit. We don't just want to have our worldview dominate everything. The idea is not to have a new center, but to pivot among multiple centers, to have multiple ways of understanding and analyzing and viewing the world. This is important. But the Africana view has something to offer. And black folk got something to teach this world about freedom. So at a moment where liberation is the goal and where unfreedom seems to be the language of the land, the Africana tradition has something to say. And in a little bit of time I got here, I'm going to share that with you. Now I get out of breath. The guy in that picture don't get out of breath. Do me a favor, tap that young man with the Puma sweatshirt right there. I do this in my courses. No, right there, right to your left. Yeah, with the red. Yeah, thank you. I'm at an age where I can't bear that. Not in my space. So, good morning, brother. So, what does the Africana tradition have to offer? Well, one is the radical imagination. African people in America depended upon a radical imagination, what Robin D.G. Kelley, the grand historian, refers to as freedom dreams. What does that mean? Let me put it differently. In order to get free, you have to imagine freedom. And you have to envision a world that is not yet. You can't start with the world that is and stay there. Let me put it differently. Y'all know Howard Thurman? We're going to name some. I know you know, Doc. You from Morehouse. The great theologian and mystic Howard Thurman wrote a wonderful, he wrote many books, but one that was incredibly important for me was The Growing Edge. And in The Growing Edge, Howard Thurman, as a theologian, was referring to the story of Jesus. And there's a moment where he says, never reduce your aspirations to the level of the events of our immediate experience. Never scale down your dreams to the level of the events that comprise your immediate experience. In other words, he was saying, don't be prisoner of the event. As a Christian, he believed in the story of the cross. And so for him, he was saying that just as Jesus didn't become prisoner to the events of the cross, that death didn't have the last word on what God had to say about life, we don't have to be prisoner to the events of our lives. Now, that don't mean you got to be Christian. You ain't even got to be religious to understand this narrative. The point is that we don't have to be a prisoner of the event. We don't have to be prisoner of an election. We don't have to be prisoner of a budget. We don't have to be prisoner of a president. We don't have to be prisoner of an institutional arrangement. We can imagine new possibilities that are not yet. That's how people got free. They imagine a world of freedom that they might not even get to enjoy, that their children or their children's children might see. The radical imagination. We don't have to dream of successful Me Too movements. The radical imagination says we can imagine a world without rape culture. We can imagine a world without patriarchy. We can imagine a world without misogyny. We can imagine a world that is not yet. We don't have to dream of warmer and fuzzier prisons. We shouldn't dream of a world where the police just show up on the block and play basketball and do line dances with us. We can imagine a world where the prison isn't the primary mechanism for adjudicating harm, for adjudicating problems, for resolving the contradictions of capitalism. We can imagine abolition. We don't have to dream of peace treaties and Oslo Accords. We can imagine a free Palestine from the river to the sea. The radical imagination. We look to this tradition not just for the radical imagination, but for deep listening. For deep listening. We live in a world where people don't listen. They just talk. They talk. Everybody got a blog. Everybody got a page. Everybody got Instagram. Everybody got TikTok. Everybody goes live. I'm in the supermarket. I don't care. But we're supposed to. Because everybody's a star of their own show. We live in the age of the selfie. But the Africana tradition says that we never start with the self. We don't stay with the self. We don't start with the European Cartesian cogito. You know, cogito ergo sum, I think, therefore I am. No, we begin from a different place. The Ubuntu. I am because we are. It's a collective vision, but how do I get access to a collective vision if I don't listen to you? I got to listen to you. Not just the rich folk. Not just the middle class folk. I got to listen to the voices and look for the faces, as Derek Bell said, at the bottom of the well. I got to look for the people who are catching hell and hear their story. I got to listen to their narratives. Part of what the Africana tradition is telling us to do is to listen to the voices of those who have been the victims, as Malcolm X said, of American democracy. Because the victims of American democracy give you an insight into what this nation is and what it isn't. But we have to listen. The Africana tradition teaches us to listen to those voices and to challenge those voices and to get America to listen to itself. Go back and read David Walker's Appeal. Students, go back and read this. I need you to read this. Go and read David Walker's Appeal, a preamble together with 4 articles to the colored citizens of the world, but particularly and most expressly those of the United States. When you read that book, think about it. David Walker's Appeal, a preamble together with 4 articles. He's modeling it after what? Constitution, thank you. Somebody. I think it was a professor, but I'll take it anyway. Why would David Walker model an appeal to the United States after the Constitution? He was saying, America, listen to yourself. You understand? Listen to yourself. Even if you don't listen to the African, even if you don't listen to the poor landowner or a person who doesn't have land, listen to yourself. The Africana tradition has pointed out the contradictions between what America says it is and what America wants to be. Go and read Narrative of the Life of Olaudah Equiano or Gustavus Vasa, written by himself. In the text, when he refers to the good Christian trader with irony, or David Walker, similarly, they're saying, America, you say that you are a Christian nation or that you're founded on Christian values. But where's that love ethic? How do you treat the least of these? And in moments of national crisis, you don't look to those values. You put the flag above the cross. 9/11, Patriot Act, ICE raids right now, and everything in between. We are obsessed with criminalization. We are obsessed with stigmatization. We are obsessed with pathologization. In other words, when we have a problem, instead of fixing the problem, we blame the most vulnerable people in the nation for the problem. We don't say, what did we do to create international trade policy that creates an impulse from the southern border to come up? No, we ignore the role of U.S. capitalism. We ignore the role of U.S. imperialism. We ignore all of that, and we try to criminalize people as they cross the border while exploiting their labor simultaneously. But y'all ain't paying me. That's another speech for another day. We'll talk about that another time. Listen to yourself, America. Listen to folk like Phyllis Wheatley. First African-American to publish a book in this country was Phyllis Wheatley. Poems on various subjects, religious and moral. When it was time to publish the book, back then, you ain't just publish books. You had to have subscribers before you could publish the book to make sure that the book could get purchased. And so they went around to find who would buy Phyllis Wheatley's book, who would buy Poems on Various Subjects, Religious and Moral. And they thought that people would buy it, but they wouldn't. And the reason people wouldn't buy it because they didn't think she wrote it. It's important to understand this, especially in the context of affirmative action. The idea that black people couldn't produce original intellection ain't new. People say, oh, Mark, what about affirmative action? If they have affirmative action, if the kids on campus, they won't think they're smart. They didn't think black people were smart before affirmative action. That shit ain't new. They've been thinking black people ain't smart for centuries, at least we in college. No, the next charge for that either. All right. So they said Phyllis Wheatley could not produce an original book. And so what did they do? They had a trial. A kind of intellectual rigmarole. They assembled her and they grilled this teenage girl of Wolof descent. They read her elegies for fallen soldiers after the Civil War. They read her letter to General George Washington. They read maybe her most well-known poem on being brought from Africa to America. 'Twas mercy that brought me from my pagan land, taught my benighted soul to understand that there is God and a Savior too. Y'all know this, right? If not, look it up. And they had all these bigwigs come and grill her. The Oberlins were there. The Welsleys were there. Y'all notice these names? Yeah. Biggest slave owners, biggest landowners, became the biggest college names. But we don't need reparations. No extra charge for that. So they grilled her and they asked her, how do you know Greek? How do you know Latin? How can you translate this? How do you know the Bible? How do you know literature? She passed it with flying colors, and they had to admit that she wrote it herself. But then, as they always do with black folk, they just moved the goalpost. They said, Thomas Jefferson in Notes on Virginia said, okay, she wrote it, but she's simply being mimetic. She's just jacking somebody else's style. It's like listening to Doja Cat and being like, hey, don't she sound like Nicki Minaj? Yeah! No extra charge. They said in Notes on Virginia, religion produced Phyllis Wheatley, but it could not produce a poet. So basically saying, even though she wrote it, it still don't count. You almost had it, but you're still not there. As the great philosopher Brandy Norwood said, almost doesn't count. Shout out to the old people in the room. And so this is not just a story of black literacy in America. It's a metaphor for how the epistemological traditions of the West, that is to say, the systems of and ways of knowing and of knowledge production in the West have always excluded black people, and they will contort themselves to make it seem as if black folk can't do stuff, that black folk can't think through stuff, that black people can't create stuff, and whenever they make a standard that we meet, they just change the standard. But this is not a quirk. This is not a bug in the system. This is the system. America looks at black intellectual production. America looks at black cultural production. America looks at us, pathologizes us, and then extracts the very things that they say we don't got. They say we lazy and make us slaves. They say we dirty and have us clean their houses. They say we're uncivilized and we raise their children. They know who you are. And the Africana tradition is to pull out of the dustbin of history the truths, the stories, the narratives, the ways of being and knowing, so that we can finally have an honest conversation about what this nation is and what it can be. As I take my seat, that's what Dr. King was talking about on April 4th, 1968. The day he was killed. About a forward vision, again, of one that we could not see yet. He said, on April 3rd, 1968, forgive me. On April 3rd, 1968, we gave his last speech when he gave that Been to the Mountaintop speech. What did he say? He said, if I could be at any moment in history, it would be this one. He said, some would say that's a strange statement. He took us through a vision of history beginning with Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Euripides, and Aristophanes assembled along the Parthenon. And he said, I wouldn't stop there. He went to the church in Wittenberg where his namesake Martin Luther attached those theses to the door. He said, I wouldn't stop there. He said, I could move to the Great Depression. I could move to the era of Roosevelt. I could move to these various moments in history, but I wouldn't stop there. He said, I would want to be right here with you in 1968. He said, why? He said, the world is all messed up. And Dr. King said, yes, but only when it is darkest can you see the stars. Well, family, I'm here to tell you right now, we're in another dark moment. But these young people on these campuses, it's a star. These acts of resistance all around the country and indeed all around the world is a star. The people who are saying you're not going to ban our books, you're not going to silence our history, it's a star. And the fact that at a moment where they're trying to shut down our institutions, silence our voices, and erase our knowledge, The fact that the Center for Africana Studies at Kane University is not only standing, but shining and thriving, that is a bright morning star that is going to guide us all to freedom. Thank you so much. God bless you. Free the land, free Palestine, free all political prisoners.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together again for Dr. Mark Lamont Hill. Now, he does have to go, but I'm going to say something very quickly that I want to get done. I need these students, I want our students to come up to the stage. We're going to get a group picture with Dr. Hill. Is that okay? I don't know who's leading our young people, but if they can move quickly, I want them to come up, Ahmad, and then I'll have Dr. Gray and our leadership team, and we'll be solidified. I want our young people to be seen with him. Okay? We got some too. I mean, Dr. Gray. You want to stay up here and introduce this next piece for me?
Yeah, she's the one.
You want to read this next piece?
What next piece?
Come here, I'll tell you what to say.
Yep, she can do it.
Thank you so much. Let's see what you do here. What's your name? Michaela. So I'm going to interview. Come here. So as we continue our program before lunch, and transition, I have a student here. What's your name? I'm talking to Mike. Don't be afraid. You look good, so don't be afraid.
Michaela
And where do you go to school, Michaela?
Patterson Youth Corps.
And how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Did you learn something so far?
Yeah.
Now, I know I put her on the spot a little bit, but the reason I have her here is because the next segment we're going to engage in has to deal with the powerful women who are doing powerful work. And you have a powerful spirit, and something just told me to have you get on this mic. So if you just say, get ready for the next segment, that's all you got to do, and make them put their hands together, and you can keep it moving. Can you do that?
Yeah.
Come on and do it. Go ahead.
I'm reading this.
No, you don't have to read none. Just say, get ready for the next segment.
Dr. Everybody get ready for the next segment with Dr. Jefferson. You can put your hands together.
You got authority in your voice. Did you have authority in your voice at the end? Some told me to have her get on the mic. Young lady, I don't know what you do and how you do it, but you're doing a great job. Keep up the good work. Give that young lady a round of applause. So I want to thank Dr. Hill for coming and sharing those words. And as we continue this powerful day of dialogue and discovery, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the most important part of this summit, and that's our engagement series. This session of the program is designed to highlight the voices of women who embody the very essence of leadership, resilience, and purpose. Through their work, they are not only shaping their respective fields, but also expanding what it means to live, lead, and serve through an Africana lens. Today's conversation brings together three dynamic women whose experiences reflect the heart of this summit's mission to bridge scholarship and service, intellect and impact, classroom and community. And I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge my staff of brilliant women, Licia Akins, Wemi Severino, and Miss Omalara, who do great work with me. I am surrounded by women who do great work, and I am an only boy with 3 sisters. So I have 3 sisters, so I spend a lot of time with unbelievable women. So first off, we will welcome to the stage Mrs. Michelle Curry. She is an educator, a health professional, a legacy builder, and as the director of the HBCU MSI Educational Partnerships for the Citizens Campaign and the chief operating officer of the Althea Gibson Sports and Education Foundation. She also works along in her career to connect education, health, and athletic excellence, all while persevering and preserving the legacy of one of our great pioneers, Althea Gibson, who was recently highlighted at the U.S. Open and was the mainstay for the event. Ladies and gentlemen, our first individual we will speak to today, put your hands together for Mrs. Michelle Curry. So, we are happy to have you here, Michelle. How are you doing?
A tad bit nervous, as I usually am speaking in front of people, but I'm here with family.
Well, before we begin, I want to hear a little bit about your journey and what brought you to this point in your career, because you've built a career at the intersection of education, public health, and athletics. But what is this story that has inspired you to dedicate yourself to much of your life's work in preserving the expanding of the legacy of Althea Gibson?
You know, there are many facets of my experience growing up. I grew up in a household where parents believed in service, where they believed in education, where they believed in sharing knowledge and thought and creativity and imagination. So it was very easy for me to become a social worker. It was very easy for me to be what I always call the fixer, right? To help people cross bridges, to make their everyday life better. Along that journey, I was introduced to many people that changed the world we know as of today. One of those people was Althea Gibson. For those of you that are not aware of who Althea Gibson was, she broke the color line in both tennis and golf, which is unheard of. Back in the 1950s, actually 1950, she broke the color barrier in tennis, becoming the first African-American woman to participate in what we now know as the USTA, United States Tennis Association's events. That's brilliant, absolutely. She was an athlete, she believed, she was very, very competitive, but she was an educator. She was a community service person. She ran for New Jersey Senate in 1977 because she believed that we should all participate in making our own places and spaces better. So the more I learned about her, the more I saw the parallels in my life, her village, and my village. So it became very easy for me to step into the role of uplifting, upholding, and living up to her legacy. My aunt, Frances Clayton Gray, was the original executrix of Althea's estate. And she worked tirelessly, and sometimes very aggressively, to make sure that Althea was visible. And that people understood the importance of due diligence, the importance of understanding our own value, the importance of allowing people to be who they are supposed to be by providing them with opportunities and access to these opportunities, which we now know as equity.
So let's talk about that access. Almost a decade ago, I was working in Newark, and we had a very powerful engagement meeting on a plane. From that plane, you shared with me, that plane ride, you shared with me what you did, and you said, if you ever want to take young people to the US Open, I will make sure you get them there. You provided me with tickets for inner city young people to attend the US Open, and it was an unbelievable experience, and we did that for several years. What puts you talk about these experiences, right? Those young people now, they were little, now they're in college, now they're getting their master's degrees, and they constantly refer and reach out to me. And this year alone, it was a big, I would say, resonating moment with them, because Althea Gibson being focused as the center with the US Open, and then the experience of you having us and our president there with this year's Open. What is it with you and experiences and young people as it relates to Althea and the foundation and keeping her legacy alive? What is it that is important to you with these experiences?
Exposure.
Okay.
Exposure creates opportunities. It creates a thirst to learn. It creates that imagination that all of us as educators want to actually nudge in those that we're working with, working for, right? And those that we have not worked with as of yet, is to create that thirst, that curiosity, so that they can be imaginative, so that they can take advantage of opportunities, but so they can be innovative. What we just listened to with Dr. Hill was amazing on so many levels. One, he used the word epistemology in a sentence.
I love you, man.
So the other is, as he spoke about being radical.
Right.
And we have a habit of attaching negativity to certain words. Yes. Being radical doesn't mean that you're adverse, doesn't mean that you're against or negative. That's not what it means. What it means is that you see an opportunity to make things better, different for you and for those in your village. Althea, in her time, was radical.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about women in sports. As a black woman leading an organization in sports and education, because you're a duality, right? You have an MPH and you have an MPA. These fields are oftentimes dominated by men. Dr. Hill was speaking about misogyny, and I know you've probably seen it in some way, shape, or form. What challenges, what triumphs have you experienced along the way as a black woman leading organizations in sports and education? Are there any stories that stand out to you that you want to share with this audience?
I think one of the funniest stories is when you're in a space where, okay, I don't play tennis, I just advocate for it, let me just roll it right out there. So my word in a tennis world holds no value to most people, especially those that are tennis pros. I mean, they know the game of tennis.
Right.
I only sometimes halfway watch it. So when we're at conferences and we're talking about how to engage children under 10 in tennis and what the benefits of tennis is, those that play tennis, those youth that play tennis, go to college at a higher rate than youth that play any other sport.
Teach.
You all just hear
Teach.
what I said.
That's deep. That's good.
Kids who play tennis go to college at a higher rate than kids who play football, basketball, soccer, volleyball, lacrosse, hockey, any other sport that you all can name. So tennis, to me, is a vehicle for education, to facilitate sportsmanship, for you how to learn, how to win, and how to lose. So it is a point of education and emotional and social intelligence.
So working with you, you constantly speak of philosophy, and I love you, as a philosopher and someone who teaches philosophy. That's always been important to me. Althea once said she succeeded because there were an awful lot of people who cared enough to help me. And I know you constantly say that, you lift that up. How does that statement guide your philosophy as an educator and community leader in ensuring we get tennis rackets and golf clubs in the hands of young people that we see here today?
It really is about understanding who your village is, right?
That's good.
And what people in your village can bring to the table for you, okay? I personally cannot make sure that everyone has tennis rackets, but the USTA can. The LPGA can make sure everyone has golf clubs, which I'll get to in a second. So understanding your village, being accessible, being personable, right? Showing people that you understand their value and what they bring to the table, to the circle, to the family, to the community is vital. Why would I help you if you are not nice to me? It seems so simple, but it is it's just so true. So for me, providing that opportunity for kids to come to the Open, for them to see their first Divine 9 step show, to see their first HBCU marching band, for them to understand that people in college look just like they do. People who work in corporations, people who teach, people who are professors, people who are CEOs, people who are congressmen and senators look just like they do. So I work hard not to miss those opportunities, because a missed opportunity is a chance we lose someone through that gap.
Looking forward, and first of all, I want to say thank you for hosting my president, for hosting, me this year at the Open. It was an amazing U.S. Open. But as we look forward, what is next? I know there's some exciting things with Althea Gibson Sports and the Education Foundation. How can institutions like Kane University and the Center for Africana Studies partner with you to expand the impact? This is your moment.
Let me just say this.
I love you so.
That I welcome the opportunity to work with a prestigious university like Kane University. And the reason why I say that is, I shared earlier when we were back taking pictures, that while my dad worked for Rutgers University, so I've spent a lot of times in my youth on college campuses and at university functions, my first exposure personally to the culture of a university was here. When I was in 5th grade, our orchestra, mind you, I was 2 when I was in 5th grade. Our orchestra played here, and for faculty, for students, and it was an eye opener on literally what being in college was, because it was the first time I saw it through my eyes, not through someone else's.
How old were you again?
I was in 5th grade.
5th grade.
So that would have made me 11.
Somebody's doing mathematics. Okay. So with that being said, is this a full circle moment as you share, and you can, let's make the announcement now to the world.
Let me. So I am proud to do a few things right now. Me and a mic or not. I'm losing the mic as well. What I have right here, which is getting ready to make Dr. Jefferson very happy, are 2 of Althea Gibson's golf clubs that I am getting ready to entrust in Dr. Jefferson as a symbol of our partnership between the Althea Gibson Estate, the Althea Gibson Sports and Education Foundation, the Center for Africana Studies, and Kane University.
So this is very important because Dr. Gray and President Repollet, one of the things that they were focused on with their leadership as we founded the center, thank you, was the fact that they wanted a space and place for us to have personal belongings, paintings, artifacts of prominent individuals from the African Latinx diaspora and experience. The legacy of Althea Gibson and what she represents not only lives on, but it will be housed here at the Center for Africana Studies, and we will exhibit and debut these pieces in February of this year. And I'll tell you, as a golfer, to hold these clubs, I feel her spirit. I feel how she endured in a space and place where I can only imagine what she had to go through, not only as a woman of color, but as an athlete. And the one thing that stands out to me the most about Althea Gibson, when I see her pictures and her photos, she has an unbelievable smile upon her face. Yes. Everywhere she went, she would smile, even in the midst of adversity, challenge, turmoil, and pain. And on top of that, still have to perform at a top, pristine level. You, Michelle, have done that in the work that you do and continuing to share her experience and her story. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Michelle. Ian, can you come get a photo of us while we're here? Should I hold these?
Yeah, you hold them.
Okay. Wow, this is a 3-wood and a 5-iron. And she had a Titleist. Man, this is amazing.
Now remember, Althea was 6 foot.
So she was 6 foot tall. These are extended. These are nice and long. Wow, this is great. Come on. Here? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. You're the
Thank you
best.
so much. Put your hands together for Michelle Curry. And I will welcome to the stage at this time Chanel McLeod, if she would come up at this time. I'm going to put these to the side. Michelle, can you hold these for me? Thanks. I'm going to let you say your new name.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
It's the morning. Good afternoon.
Greetings. Hold on.
Greetings, everyone.
Come on, guys.
Morning. Thank you.
Listen, it is my honor to bring to the stage at this time a friend and a colleague and an unbelievable spirit and person I've had the pleasure of working with. Chanel McLeod currently serves as a specialist for family support and practitioner in the Exceptional Needs Unit at the Department of Human Services, right?
Oh, wait,
That's
not
not,
me.
you know what, my team,
that sound
no, hold on. Hold on.
Did I do something new?
Let me stand corrected. Please excuse me.
No problem.
Chanel, a proud native of Newark, New Jersey, is the founding chief
Right.
executive.
Newark, is Newark in the house?
Is Newark in the house?
Hey, Newark.
She's the chief executive officer of Project Ready. She has successfully channeled her experiences to become what we would say is a preeminent social activist. She has empowered several, if not hundreds, of New Jerseyans to take on leadership roles in their communities. She, as a leader of Project Ready, has worked closely in what I would say, taking the gap and improving the life and the outcomes of Newarkers and the children of the city of Newark by empowering her community to demand excellence, not only from local schools, but also as it relates to the programming in which our children are engaged in. I've had the pleasure of not only engaging with Chanel, but I also have had the pleasure of seeing the work she has done. And the reason why she is on the stage today is because as a preeminent leader, she led one of the most amazing projects that we will be bringing here to the university, which is,
Spoiler alert.
which is, if you'll say it.
So the project started, well, let me take a step back. One is I'm so happy to be here and also very humbled to share a stage with you. A few years ago, approximately 9 years ago, I gave birth to my first child. Her name's Avon. She's 9 years old now. She is one of 9 now because I have 3 biological children, 6 bonus children, so I have 9 children altogether. Yes, it is a fun time.
And recently,
21 down to 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you just had a special moment in your life, and I can stop calling you what I've been calling you. Do you want to?
Yes, I did. I got married 2 weeks ago. That's a secret. Some family members don't know, but I guess we're family now.
Yeah, right.
And yes, I got married to the love of my life. He actually is in the Army, and he is on a mission right now in upstate New York. So very blessed to have him as my partner and also sending him a lot of love as he's on this mission right now. And such an interesting time in America. But anyway, going back, when I had my daughter, one of the most important things to me was, how is my daughter going to feel in her skin? Is she going to feel comfortable? Is she going to feel afraid? Is she going to feel like she wants to change the color of her skin? Or is she going to feel powerful? Like the princess and soon-to-be queen that I know that she is becoming. And so I launched, when she was 3 months old, a doll initiative in order to give, at the time Disney had launched some Barbies, and the Barbies were supposed to be all of the princesses reincarnated in black dolls. So I bought like 300 of them, got her together in 3 months, put her in a paper, it was a lot of fun. And the dolls came, and when the dolls came, they were all fair-skinned, they were all with light eyes, and they were all with bone straight hair. Now, that's not to say that that doesn't represent some of us, but we all know that to represent us means so much more than us just showing up in one shade and us just showing up with, especially with our hair. Like some of us don't have here in this bone street. So after I led the initiative, I thought to myself, what would it look like to work with a distributor who could create dolls that are more in the image of our girls in several shades, with hair that accommodates for the hair that we have, and with garb that accommodates for our royalty.
Right.
And so we launched the 500 Doll Initiative project a few years back. Yes. We gave out 500 dolls, so that means 500 people at a minimum were there. And then we did it again. And interestingly enough, my daughter turned 7. And she came home to me and she said, "Mommy, I don't like my skin." And I said, well, in my mind, I'm like, how did we get here? Because, I thought I put some things in place in order to at least block this, at least have her be able to question, in moments where she was questioning herself, to say I shouldn't question myself. And my daughter went through at least 3 months of her self-esteem completely dropping, because her skin, she was stepping into her beautiful dark chocolate skin, and as she was stepping into that, she was also stepping into feeling like she wasn't beautiful. And so actually the book Sylvie came out at the time, and the partnership in between that book and running the Doll Initiative again brought her back to belonging, brought her back to feeling beautiful. And so now, fast forward, I'm grateful to say that Keene University has offered us the STEM building, which is fabulous if you haven't seen it yet. And we will be able to load 3 floors with over 1,000 dolls. And not just that, because my son looked at me and he was like, what about me? So, and I was like, you're right, like, we gotta get you in here.
Right.
And so on the 3rd floor, this just in, and I haven't told you yet.
Come on.
We're going to build out our version of Santa's workshop, where it's called an excellence workshop, where boys will be able to build on the 3rd floor and take home magnet tiles and Legos so that they can start to build into their future.
So let's put our hands together for that. Thanks for announcing that. Yeah, we've been working hard. And the thing is, out of the center, we want to bring these types of experiences to the community. And we know the history and the historical background of the Black Doll experiment, right? We know in the 1940s, the doctors Kenneth and Mamie Clark issued, if you will, this type of perception of young people, particularly black and brown children, when presented with dolls, which doll did they want to play with, and they were siding with a white doll that did not resemble them.
That's right, that's right.
And so that experiment is really, when we had this conversation and I was encouraged by you, was because you took what I don't see a lot of us doing today, which is taking an issue, instead of just voicing a problem with it, you put a plan into action. And I also like how you all are inclusive and incorporated in that dialogue.
Yes, thank you so much.
What is it that drives you to do this type of work? I know you have your children, but you've affected so many children. Is that one of your callings with young people? I mean, I know you've led literacy campaigns, you've led, self-empowerment improvement campaigns, and even today, you're here to engage folks to understand that they have their story.
Yes, I think that I've spent my entire career focused on voter advocacy and allowing for black and brown parents to see the through line in between voter advocacy and educational equity. And what I realized throughout my entire career, from doing that to then going on to become a film producer, where I produced a film called Dear America, A Letter from Black Women. And through this film, we were able to explore how black women are feeling about America, the untold story of black women's contribution to America, and above all else, what black women need to see in order to continue to feel safe. And to feel like they belong. And I emphasize belonging because I think that that's what I continue to come back to, and that is what drives me.
Okay.
When we are putting together these initiatives, when we are galvanizing communities, mobilizing and activating and telling the story of these communities, what is anchor for me is how are we able to ensure that people can feel like they belong And what does it look like for for their expression of belonging to shift the overall narrative that America places oftentimes on our black and brown folks, which is that we actually shouldn't belong. And so I think that is actually what keeps me driven and keeps the mission going. One thing I'll say is I reached a moment in my career in making the shift where I've been in so many rooms where I'm a CEO, I'm proven, our data and results show everything. I was able to start my organization at $500,000 and bring it to a $4 million budget.
I've seen it too. I've seen it.
From one employee to what turned into 40 in between full-time and part-time. And even still, when I walked into rooms, I still had people question, just because of the color of my skin, just because I'm a woman, whether or not I belonged. And there's something about how being immersed in the experience of lack of belonging changes and shifts how you actually view yourself and the story you tell yourself. And so what I had to do through the film, and I mean, we interviewed Hill Harper, Martin Luther King III, his wife, a host of others in this film. And what I had to realize is that there are moments where if you can break the silence that you're creating within yourself, where you can push yourself to start to tell your story out loud, a few things will happen. One, other people can relate. Two, you may be able to transform space. And three, your ability to share what's happening with you may actually be able to big picture shift policy. And I think when you said earlier, you know, we're looking for a path forward, I believe the path forward starts with you and thinking about how you're talking to yourself, thinking about your narrative, and then thinking about how you share that with the world in order to make the shift.
Put your hands together for that. So, you know, this is in a election year.
Yes.
You've done a lot to mobilize voters, you've built organizations, you've inspired leaders, all in service of what I would call a more equitable, inclusive future. What does success look to you like now? What are the next frontiers for Project Ready? What is the next space? What kind of partnerships, what kind of support do you believe will be critical for sustaining this movement that you have really started to position and move forward?
Yeah, that's loaded. Let me break it down.
The
question in a few parts.
Yeah.
The first thing I would like to see from the voter, and the voter is everyone. And for I think we have high school students in the room.
Yeah,
yes, that
adult
right?
students,
In Newark, yes, shout out to them. And in Newark, high school students are starting to vote, and I'm hoping that we can see that revolution actually happen.
It's
across
powerful.
the nation. Yes.
They've shifted the narrative already.
It's shifting the narrative,
Right.
And we're proud to be a part of the coalition that supports that. That said, what I hope to see from the voter is for them to tap back into one of my sheroes, Harriet Tubman.
Okay. Okay, Marie.
What I love about Harriet is that the first act that Harriet had to exhibit in order to get to freedom was self-care. She had to decide for herself that the environment that she was in no longer served her. It no longer served the folks that she was with, or the folks that she was slaving alongside. And she had to make that trek for herself first in order to come back and make the trek for others. Voting, the expression of voice, your narrative, your story, this is all the truest act of self-care. People talk about yoga, meditation, you know, all those things, and they're all very important. But these things complement the first thing that you have to do, which is deciding what do you want for yourself, and then by way of that, what do you want to see for your community? I don't know if you all got to see the Harriet Tubman film that came out, but there's a moment where she comes back to get her sister, and when she comes back to get her sister's like, that I'm not ready to take that journey. I don't know if I'll ever take that journey. And I believe that it's a critical moment where Harriet had decided something different for herself, And perhaps her sister hadn't even had the time to think about how that environment was oppressing her. And so I think if we can as a society think about what oppression means to us and what it looks like for us through our narrative to reject that, we can actually start to see the people in office who we need to see that will bring democracy to where it finally is supposed to be. And I say that because I don't think democracy was ever where it needed to be, but it could be where we think it's going if we have people that exercise their self-care first. I think you asked me a few other questions.
No, you said unpack it. Yeah, I wanted to know also in leading organizations, because you lead organizations as well.
Right.
That challenge as a woman of color, and you've done it on a large scale. There's a lot of young women in this crowd. Right. There's a lot of young ladies who are looking at you right now, and as amazing as you're dressed, mentally you are so advanced. How can you share that they can be empowered to find their voice where they are and grow into the phenomenal woman that they are called to be?
It's interesting that you say that because where my business went to $4 million, I had an anchor funder that wanted me to use my personal voice and use my personal story to start to take down certain elected officials in the city of Newark, New Jersey. And I mean, I'm talking like personal, like one at my Facebook, one at my LinkedIn, like one at everything. And mind you, this is 90% of my funding. And after working, commiserating with my team, that's like family, shout out to Dr. Brittany Kirkland, who's here today.
Dr. Britt?
They were like, Chanel, you don't have to sell your soul. You don't have to sell your soul.
That's good.
Just to spark movement. In fact, when you decide not to sell your soul, that's when the real movement sparked. That's when the real movement sparks. And so, in full transparency, you mentioned, I'm light years ahead. I'm not. I'm right where you are. I'm right where you've been. I'm right where you're going because of my experiences. And I spent at least 5 months grieving the loss of, or the decline of my business, the decline of our funding. I was frozen. Yeah. And the only thing that was able to pick me back up, and I share this in vulnerability because we all will fall. At any given moment, anybody will fall. It's the way you think about getting up and the way you get up that's so important. And the only thing I think that brought me through was being able to tap back into the same people who at one point I'd hired, at one point had volunteered with me, at one point if they were family, they were friends, and it was just these gentle nudges and reminders that I'm gonna be okay, that the organization is gonna be okay, and that change is okay. It's okay to change. Those types of things affirmed for me that I could step forward, and today, after the 5 months, is actually the first day that I've taken the stage.
Well, let me say this, and as we close, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you.
I think you too much, Dr. Gray was saying this, to whom much is given, much is really required. And oftentimes when you have to put things on your shoulders, I mean, you're such a spitfire. The thing that stood out to me about Chanel when I met her, she's this little tiny 4 foot something. I don't even know what the number is. 4'4". But your voice, when you speak and when you share the passion, that's what really resonated with me. And I think, and I hope, and I pray you continue to have that fuel and you utilize those who are around you. And we step up. This institution is proud to have you bring the programming, bring your experience, bring your story to share with others.
I'm super proud of that. And one other thing to add, in addition to being able to launch today, we are launching something called the Voicemail Project, where we have a telephone booth in the room where I'm going to be doing my session 109, where you can leave your voicemail to America. And you just pick up the phone, you hear a quick prompt, you leave your voicemail. The reason why movements don't shift is because people sit in silence. It is the act of exercising your voice that will move the mountain. And if you take nothing else from today, at least from me, please remember that. Thank you so much for having me.
Put your hands together at this time. Thank you. What an amazing job. Okay, we're going to look at Ian real quick. And Dr. Kalasia OJ will be prepared to come to the stage at this time. Oh, Ian, nice catch, though.
You okay? Okay.
Thank you. Come on, give me a hug. Give me a hug. I appreciate you. All right. The next individual coming at this time in our final engagement for today, let me get my stuff together. She is a scholar, a researcher, and an educator whose work centers on African and diaspora studies. Sit down. Studies. She has focused on climate justice, geography, and related fields. In her public directory of African scientists, Dr. OJ is listed as a lecturer in the Department of Geography, and she's also here at Kane University. Let's put our hands together for her. More importantly, Dr. OJ has led a major conversation around W.E.B. Du Bois. And before I even, your shirt says it. Now, before we even begin, she is also an amazing wife and mother, and just recently had a baby. And that completes the trilogy of the 3 girls that you have. Will there be any others coming at this time?
Not at this time.
Okay, not at this time. Listen, your work has done an amazing job in bridging scholarship and community. You bring critical perspectives and identity and environment, justice, and most importantly for the African and diasporic peoples. Can you share how you came to this scholarly path and give us a little bit of understanding your background, Dr. OJ?
Yes. And just again, good morning. I've been thinking about my experience and what you all must be experiencing as high school students. And I think about what it means to be a Black or Latino student in a self-affirming or validating space. Like, people actually like you. And I grew up, so shout out to, I'm now a New Jerseyan, but I grew up in Harlem, USA.
Yeah, Harlem.
So I value the space that I was in because I was around Black and Latino individuals in my neighborhood, in my community. They were my store owners, my hair salon workers, my community. And so I grew up with an experience of seeing people like me in business, in politics, and in my classroom, until my mom decided and my parents decided to send me to a school on the Upper West Side of Manhattan that was majority white. And it was not a space that I felt validated and affirmed in. And so by 7th grade, I make that switch. And I'm in my junior high school and high school that is for Black and brown students, but it's a school that teaches us that rigor is really important and making sure you work hard. And so we have to wear uniforms even though it's a public school, and we're taught our curriculum around us. And that curriculum is about highlighting the value of African people across the diaspora. And that changed me. I was like, oh wow, so we've done this and this and this. And so by high school, I take my AP US History course. And I'm reading about, my high school was called Frederick Douglass Academy, so we're learning about Frederick Douglass. And there's an author that is writing a new book about him, and we're able to go to their talk. And I go and I'm like, I'm so excited to meet this author. And it just so happens, and this is me again, 16, 17-year-old, not Dr. OJ, Kalasia. And I'm like, oh, this guy is white? What's happening here? And so I asked my teacher, I said, well, why would, this person write the story about Frederick Douglass, where are the authors that look like us? And my teacher at the time said, well, we're waiting for you.
Oh, wow.
And so that was really inspiring.
Yeah.
So then I get to college, and I'm in a, again, majority white space, and I'm majoring in sociology, the study of social interactions, social groups, and how we create shared meaning so it makes sense for understanding our social landscape and world. And we get to the theory course, and the theory course is all about, so let's say you want to be a criminologist, educator, whatever field you're in, they have different theories, right? Theories are about how you see the world, how do you explain the world. And we went through Emile Durkheim, Max Weber, Karl Marx, all these scholars that just happen to not be black. And so I asked my professor then, I said, so you're telling me there's not one person in the history of sociology that has not contributed to sociological thinking who happens to be black or Latino? There's not just one? And at that time he said no. I said, well, I'm gonna go and find him, or I'm gonna go find her. And who I found was W.E.B. Du Bois. And that was my goal. It was to try to find what does it mean to write about and find theorists and scholars that talked about our experiences, that put race as an important organizing factor of our social world. And so it was hard again. I went to my master's program in sociology and education. I wrote about epistemologies or ways of knowing and why it's important to have people of different backgrounds to understand how the world works. And my advisor said, we're gonna pass you, but that's not really sociology. I said, okay. So then I went to my PhD program at the University of Cincinnati. I said, I have to find people who are going to affirm and validate the work that I'm doing. And just so happened that I found more than one person, several people, who said, yeah, Du Bois is a sociologist, we'll talk about later. He's doing sociological research. In fact, he's leading a whole laboratory. You talk about Dr. Mark Lamont Hill saying moving the goalposts. And in fact, they were doing research that looks like what we do today. At that time, the scholars at the University of Chicago and Harvard and all these other institutions weren't even at the same pace of doing research that his institution, which I'll talk about later, Clark Atlanta University, was doing. And so if you go through his work, you'll see the same quote over and over. He went to Harvard, he went to a historically black college and university known as Fisk University, and he always says, I've never seen myself as a Harvard man, I've always seen myself as a Fisk man first. And so that has always been my space of, people will tell you no. People will say, this isn't what you think it is. It's not valued. The goalpost keeps moving. But that doesn't mean you can't make your lane or your way of doing things. You just kind of have to not push your way through, but sometimes you do, right? You have to make your work valued and seen in a way that I think is important for future selves. So full circle, that 16 and 17-year-old, young girl, myself, Kalasia, 20 years later, comes out with that book about Du Bois. And I can say that that work is important and that work is valuable so that the next generation, you all, can then create more books and more important legacies of how much these different fields need our contributions, need our experiences to make sense. Because if not, then you're talking about a story that's incomplete. Our story is very important to the understanding of how the United States, the Americas, and how the world works globally.
So let's touch on that book for a minute. Yeah, put your hands together. Let's touch on your book. You co-authored this book with Dr. Earl Wright II, titled a reintroduction to Du Bois, which reclaims W.E.B. Du Bois as not only a historical figure, but also a foundational theorist of modern sociology. You refer to yourself as a scholar activist, someone who is a duality, if you will, in role. In your writing, You and Dr. Earl speak about the advanced idea of Du Boisian sociology, the study of race-centered social patterns shaping structures and organizations. You did say that.
Thank you.
My question for, girl, you better come on in this place, because the way you put it together. So how does, because I know you love sociology, how does this approach differ from the traditional methods that are in place as it relates to sociology in which you are approaching this theory?
And yeah, that's an amazing question, because it's, I don't want to say it's better, but it's about truth and accuracy.
Okay.
So again, when you are all going into your majors and degrees, right, they all talk about when you're doing research, you have to remove bias. No bias, there's objectivity, right? But the idea of white supremacy is bias, right? To say that you don't need to study a whole group of people is bias, right? To limit your understanding of a group and then place what we call cross-generalization onto another group. So you only study white folks, but then you say, oh, now Latino folks need to aspire to the same things that white folks have done, or black folk, right? It just doesn't make sense, because there are different lived experiences.
That's good.
So what Du Bois, and again, like I see so many through lines between what we're doing here at Kane University and what he was doing at Clark Atlanta at the turn of the 20th century. Du Bois worked in community, in collectivity, right?
Right.
It wasn't just him.
Right.
He was working with a multiracial coalition that said, we are going to seek truth, and that truth is going to be aware of some of our limitations, aka biases, but we're going to do it in a way that is objective. So their method was understanding how to do research well. They got insider researchers, they got students, they people in their community to do the research, because they know that area better than anyone else. That's not a limitation. That's not bias. That's gaining more accuracy.
Okay.
So I think the methodology, or the ways in which you want to study a particular topic, was done somewhat better, somewhat more accurate, what we call validity. He did a more valid response to what were the issues at hand. That if we were to follow the Atlanta Sociological Laboratory, wow, sociology and other fields of study could have been so much more advanced.
That's good. That's good.
Than where it is today.
That's good. Du Bois once said that the problem of the 20th century is the problem of the color line. How does that statement still ring true in this 21st century in which we reside, especially when we consider the modern forms of racial inequality and social stratification?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's become the problem of the 21st century, and then that line continues of the color line that runs through North America, South America, Asia, right? Now we have a global understanding of race, and that hierarchy, unfortunately, always puts darker people at the bottom, right? In order to thwart, right, racism, there's not just one response. In fact, what he was unable to do, because as Dr. Mark Lamont Hill spoke about, you need to have money. Could you imagine in the 1900s trying to do a study on Black and Latino folks with $1,000 or $2,000 at the time in different states? We're trying to do research globally. You can't do it. And then he wanted to do a 100-year study of the same 10 topics over time, so that he could produce longitudinal or data about the same information for a really, really long time in order to get, again, more accurate research. Guess what? It didn't happen. Why? Because of the same problem that we face today, or what he faced today is the same problem we face now. And so what we see is, right, when we compare groups, Black and Latino folks are usually lower when it comes to educational attainment, the degrees they earn, educational achievement, the scores they receive, the GPAs they have, opportunities for labor or in the labor market, higher unemployment rates, but lower expectation or presence in different sectors. We see higher rates of criminalization amongst Black and Latino folks. We also see
higher morbidity and mortality rates of more diseases. So it's still happening today, right? We know that there are inequalities that still exist. But I think the point I always want to mention and create in my classroom is, now, so what? So now that it exists, so what? What are we going to do about it? Are we going to accept the fact that this is the rate for a large group, even though some of us may not experience that same rate? I mean, look at the community that is in here. Black and Latino men and women in positions of high power. Are they the rate? Right? Are they the outcomes of what supposedly criminalization looks like? They are not. Right? So what can we do about that, knowing that we have people in positions of high places and power to now shift the narrative? So we can accept that this is a problem, we need to fix it, but we also have to recognize, and this is like the last chapter of the book, there has been a lot of progress that has occurred. Yes, there's been extreme racial regression when it comes to inequality. You cannot deny that. But for this event to be happening for the first time, I mean, I know this is the second annual, but in its formation today, that is progress, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's just not limitation. That's just not, these people are real. You know, sometimes I know Dr. Gray was like, why don't you come sit in the front? And I'm just like, I don't know if I should, I'm so scared. You know, but like, people are here.
Yeah, we are.
And people are present. And people are welcoming, you know, and they are in positions of power. Your teachers look like you. Sometimes your teachers don't look like you, right? And that is powerful. It may not be the 10% increase we wanted in teacher representation, but it is the 1%, it is the 2%. That's still, unfortunately, a smaller progress, but it's still progress. So the color line still exists.
Right.
But as long as there are breaths on this campus, the opportunities for it to diminish slowly and steadily will always be, here. And that's what we need to focus on. What are the ways in which we limit those problems that occur when we see that there's progress happening, maybe not nationally, but locally, and Newark and Union, right?
Yeah, one of the things that encourages me about you, I love you just, as professors, we are shaping and molding the brightest minds in the world. And oftentimes, and I want our students to hear this, please don't be befuddled with the work. Make sure you grapple with the work, but you engage in a relationship with the instructor. The one thing that I think a lot of students don't understand is teachers, professors, we're looking for a relationship with you, not just you having a relationship with the material. And the one thing that I like about you as a scholar activist is that you the best professors put their students to the task. Now that you've learned this information, what are you going to do about it? That's activism in a whole different way. It's not radicalized, it's not eccentric, it's very, very particular, because that is what thought is about. That is what education is about. It's about prompting you to do something from an intellectual standpoint to move yourself and ultimately this world, the community we're in, forward.
Yes, I hope that my classroom, maybe I'm ask some of my students, but I always capture it in 2 words. We're gonna have joy, but we're also gonna have some rigor, right? Or hard work. And those 2 things are not separate at all. So I can have you read 100 pages or a whole book, and students are gonna complain to me about it. But now you know 100 pages more than you didn't know before. And so what are you gonna now do about that? In the meantime, again, grew up in an urban area. I like Jordans. I like to be fly. I like to be cool, right? So the classroom is gonna showcase that joy too. We're gonna talk about what J's are gonna drop this Saturday, because I used to have to wait on lines for them, right? All of those experiences of me meeting students where they are, it's not for me to be like, oh my gosh, you guys are so cute and I enjoy you. It's because I want to validate you as a space of knowledge and ways of knowing. You have an epistemological experience, ways of knowing that I can gain knowledge from. right? The classroom is an exchange of ideas. It's not a top-down space, and not here at Kane University. We don't do that here.
We don't do that here.
I want to say again, we activate the joy and the rigor, right?
That's right. That's true.
The classroom is a place to have fun.
Yeah.
The classroom is a place to be challenged. The classroom is a place to grow.
Yes.
A place where you can see the next steps. Yes, you can be a social worker. You can also be a researcher. You can also be a global market analyst. You can be whatever you want to be. What do you need from me to get to those steps? And that's what I think about when you talk about activism. We're not all going to be on the picket line every day. Some of us will. Some of us can. Some of us don't have that luxury. But if you fail, that's what I tell my students, there's a quiz answer you didn't put it in. You don't even know what you're writing, I don't care, write something. Because as soon as you fail I can't do anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Dr. Kalasia OJ.
Fast, right?
My buddy.
Yeah, he's gonna get this. Come on. You did a great job. I love your shirt. Okay. And you got the bun too. Come on in. He's gonna stand up now.
So much fun.
You did an
This
amazing
was
job.
so much fun.
Come on, put your hands together for her again. So as we close, I want to thank these ladies. Let's put our hands together again for all of these amazing women. What a powerful and thought-provoking conversation. Today, through their words, we have been reminded that leadership is not just confined to titles or positions. It's defined by the courage to serve, the wisdom to build, and the love to lift others as we climb. Each of you, Michelle Curry, Chanel McLeod, and Dr. Kalasia OJ, have illuminated a different facet of what it means to lead as a woman of purpose in our communities. Whether it's through family advocacy, educational partnerships, or scholarship, you've shown us the Africana leadership is both global and deeply personal. This is not on my manuscript, I have the pleasure of working with these three women in some capacity, and they are amazing human beings, but they only scratch the surface on what this university extends to not only myself, but ultimately to the world. And so your voice reminds us why the Kane Center for Africana Studies exists. It exists under the leadership of Dr. Sancha Gray and our president, Lamont Repollet, to provide a platform where dialogue such as today becomes direction and where inspiration turns into action. If you notice, today there was no hate speech. Thank you. If you notice, today was not about putting down to lift up. Today was about us having a summit so that we continue the ongoing work and we pour into the next generation so that they see they are the future of the work we do. I hope this leaves you with a reflection on your own role in the story of liberation. I hope it also challenges you with your leadership. What will your contributions be? What bridge will you build? And so as we prepare to transition to our next segment and have lunch, let's carry the spirit of this engagement forward. It's a spirit of collaboration, a spirit of creativity and community. Once again, I am the director of the Center for Africana Studies here at our beloved Kane University. Thank you for engaging in this first portion of our program, and we hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Lunch is upstairs. Lunch is in the program. Lunch is in the program on the 6th floor. If you have the program, you can see everything is positioned, and you can see it outside on the walls, and we'll direct you to lunch. Thank you for being here. I mean, some things are accessible. Hot mic, yeah. Okay. Ash, whenever you're ready, I'm going to close it out. I don't know if you want to put it on the feed or. Okay, thanks. Okay. As we close out today's summit, I want to say thank you to our president, Lamont Repillette. I'd also like to thank Dr. Sancha Gray, our board of trustees, and also the board of advisors for the Center for Africana Studies. Today, through the words of voices who represent our community, we were reminded that leadership is not confined to a title or a position. Today, we were able to understand that all voices are important in this dialogue and discussion. And so from our keynote speaker, Dr. Lamont Hill, to our key engagement series individuals, 3 phenomenal women, Michelle Curry, Chanel McLeod, and Dr. Kalasia Oj, we have been able to encourage and to continue that conversation. So on behalf of the Center for Africana Studies, I, as the director, Dr. David Jefferson Jr., am proud to have completed another Africana Studies Coalition Summit that continues to move the narrative forward. Once again, thank you, and we look forward to continuing the dialogue and seeing you next year. Have a great day.